There we go. There you go. Just a few tech issues ended up stopping me. Thankfully I had that fixed. Thankfully I had that fixed. So nothing rash happens again. Anyway, greetings everyone, one and all. I'm Menos. Welcome to my madhouse. And being all late, gray, and muted, but thankfully everything's fine from here. How's everything going? Hope everything's well with you all. Nate Dollins and Jack, so thank you for looking after YouTube's end. Now then, I'm gonna have to actually resolve this quickly. Yeah, that was definitely OBS's fault. I almost forgot one detail. If my somehow look darker back there, it's VC Face's fault. But if it does not, but if it's a regular old gray, happens to be OBS's fault. If any hiccups happen from here, most likely it's OBS's fault. But if it's happened on one of the other ends, it's that site's fault. And I multicast through 3 sites, with no report problems whatsoever from here, aside of some lag. I only just hear reports on YouTube's and Twitch's, between YouTube's and Twitch's ends. I can't assume Kickstand is the same there, because I often check those places. And more OBS might have a heart attack, and I'm not paying for Twitter. No, thank you. You can somehow stream on Twitter. However, you have to pay for that. No, thank you. No. If you used to pay for Twitter, I did court. Actually pay for Discord once, never again. No, thank you. And that was one of the bamboozles where it was a gift at first, and then it does not expire. Unfortunately, it does not expire if you happen to have money in the card you connected it to. And I used a gift card for that. That shockingly worked. Still no thank you. I have streaming service subscriptions to burn most for family's sake, aside from my own like Retro Crush and Nebula. Yeah, I've paid for thankfully barely neither of those things. Only ones I'm still attached to happen to be a Subscribe Star subscription or 2. And it was just $1, and both of them were just a $1 tier. But enough about that. I'll just move you guys to my room. Here you are. Here, and I'll lift myself a bit. I'll lift up myself for just a bit. Maybe I'll lift myself up with the hat. Unfortunately, I haven't wholesale figured out without full, yeah, without a complete, no. Would that be a full revamp? And thankfully I have files on. And thankfully I have files on end in case I do have to revamp anything. But I have 2 separate models with and without the hat, which is quite the inconvenience. And I still want to fix that. I want to still fix that once I have the time. So I acquire life ones like Proton Mill and even have some of my character voice needs there. And from that, yeah, we got rid of all our streaming services already. Yeah, I barely used any, if at all. The ones I did use, they were gifted, but I made sure those actually expired, or I'd have to pull out of them immediately. We're also attack on it. We're also attacking on an extra month. That's messed up. But we have a topic at hand. After a bunch of loafing, we have a topic at hand. I'm here to chronicle my events for Anime Weekend Atlanta. Since I was in the vicinity in the other domain. So, and I thankfully had assistant helping me out there. My family's just visiting there for good reason, so they tagged along too. But we were only able to deal with that Saturday at hand, which was yesterday. And now, some precautions. That's why I kept it under wraps until right at the afternoon, right this afternoon. Turns out the aftermath was way more taxing than I imagined. But I'll get to why the aftermath was that taxing. But I'll first off tell what exactly happened. And then I'll show the pictures. And yes, I did end up getting some merch for the other domain as well. I did have a mission to get one more wall scroll. Do an empty space and do the empty space in the other domain room. And thankfully I had that mission accomplished. Which one was it for? We'll get there. We'll get there soon. From Nate earlier. Yeah, from chats earlier. Yeah, if teleporters were a thing that had more awakened friends in person, convince my family where I just like persuasion in real life. Well, character stats. Or just stick to buy and pound what they need for subbing and renting. From Nate, yeah, I'd rather have a portal than teleporter. So teleporter, you are up to part and will just go through a tube. But that can go wrong in some instances. Yeah, portals have far less problems unless you actually close it. But there may be unless there's a precaution within the portal that won't hurt you. It'll just eject you to wherever you are. Versus just telling you apart somewhere. That can go less wrong than teleporters. So stay in the middle of the portal line too long, even if they don't close, for safety reasons. And yes. can't rule out being gored that way. That's a precaution I'll have to do if that's going to be a thing. And that is a thing in the Madhouse domain, but that's heavily regulated. It's very heavily regulated. And that's down whoever has to be bitten for paperwork reasons. Now, I've bitten some people before for paperwork reasons, too. Now, Chronicle, what went on for back there? It actually has been a good while since my the last convention I went to. That was before I was committed. It was definitely before I was committed. And that was a very good while ago. And I basically got about everything else in order on my own end. Thankfully, I already had a container or two, but looking back, I have used knapsacks or in backpacks before. Next time I go, I'll definitely want one of those. That's the sole thing. Yeah, that's the sole unspoken rule that I somehow broke. Everything else, like water and money, I did well. Finish wrapping gifts for your loved ones. Loved ones, I had nothing to wrap this time. Thankfully, I'm all good for here. But back on topic. Right after we hit there was regularly a mishap within parking, but there wasn't this time. There wasn't a mishap within parking this time. Outside some confusion between one parking area and another. But we thankfully went to that other parking area because one of them was offering for way too much. Versus the one nearby, which was $15, which is still a damn lot. The other one I was offering was a trying one for $30. No, thank you. Thank you. And my dad was driving there. No way we would want that. At over $10 is barely tolerable. Towards, well, anyone. We had that sorted. After that, from that point on, we managed to get to the main building. In that main building, I want to show, but I don't want to sidetrack to the other stuff that I've dealt with because there's a long gap between the buildings and the cosplay and everything else. There's a long gap between there, so I want to sort this out now. While there's a long gap, we wanted to eat first. Once again, I think it was like a bit, almost over a decade since we last visited that particular con. And we visited many cons before. So between there and then was both my commission, the cult's destruction, and Corona itself even. And the last one was well before all of that. It was another respite after everything that went on. So remembering back as we go in the building, we wanted to eat first. The area that they remembered, it was definitely somewhere else. It was definitely somewhere else, and it's way too long to drive. So we had to look for where the food was, and there were two areas at hand. The food court that was supposed to be within the building, and the food truck area. First one was a long walk, and then it was a long walk to the food truck area. However, everyone else wanted to deal with either a food court or a restaurant area. There was a staffer that knew at me that there was a food court. That there was a food court deep within the building. And the restaurant area is far further. I started to know them about the food court area, but so everyone unanimously decided to trek there. However, it was a longer walk than even I imagined. As of here, this has actually reawakened. This actually reawakened long walks for me, and this also reawakened why I liked them. Especially since you are able to lose weight that way. And you are able to get through to multiple locations that way. That's something the rest of my family is unable to deal with. We did take a rest stop in near the other direction to where a food court was supposed to be. More like the rest of it. A good part of it, unfortunately, was under renovation. The other part was far further, but it's closed off. We're taking interest no. We weren't taking the choice yet. I decided to note to everyone that I'm gonna have to go back to the food truck area. So I'm gonna have to go all the way back there and call you guys if I've made it. The rest have said, oh, all right, understood. But not shortly after I went off to go to the food truck area again, they called and noted me that, okay, Menos, come back here. There's actually a restaurant area far more nearby. It's a lot more walking, but we'll get there. But it's just a Chick-fil-A in one of the other areas. It's actually built. It was actually buildings down. Yes, this was actually more buildings down, just like we did with it. Just like we did within the main building alone. It was really huge. The con actually overtook the entire building. The entire building for rental. And that's for the entire 3 days. This was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday one. So within all this, we decided to head on to a restaurant area and finally managed to get to a chicken place that was there. It did turn out good. However, one of the crooked staffers did mess up my dad's meal. It didn't mess up anyone else's. So shame on them for that. And the only drink I did deal with was water. Of course. Then I went for a chicken sandwich combo. Plus one of the desserts for because this was a special occasion. Occasion. Unless this is also a special location. As in, we had not visited that area in years at all. Wait, I don't think we visited that area at all. The last time maybe a WA happened was definitely in a different area. It was by far, definitely a different one by far. And to recall again, after we got our food, we immediately traced our steps back. Managed to trace our steps to an area where there were... We originally tried to go for the rest stop we went through, and it was just a couch. But there's an area that one of the areas did have tables, so we decided to choose one of them. And to eat, and then go to the convention proper. With help with assistant's camera and phone, we did manage to set up where I'll split up with the rest of my family. Just to enjoy the con myself. And then after a bit of time, they'll call me back. And that's why I managed to travel between the 3 floors just to look at them. And then deal with the dealer's room, where I did get my merch there. But getting back was quite the ordeal. But thankfully that got sorted out. Now that's some damn funny business. And there is an aftermath that I'll have to go deal with. But I will note the aftermath as I deal with the pictures. After I've dealt with the cons pictures, and the point where I can go to I actually took pictures of the building during the day and right as the sun is going down. Yes, I did take a bunch of cosplay photos too. And there are some other points that ended up catching my attention. Yeah, and the other which was staff. Thankfully, the staff was in trouble. And there's a virtual valley there, but there was one VTuber outside Virtual Valley that her staff did end up catching my attention, and the other within the Virtual Valley. I think that also ended up catching my attention. However, one has good enough paperwork, but the other has too questionable paperwork, so I have to bite her here. No offense. Don't worry, assistant did no one at all. He knows to leave it to me. Oh, you say that? You said that I shouldn't bite more than you. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. It was assistant that keeps telling me not to bite any. All right. Okay. Hey, assistant, damn. I'll deal with the coffee this time, and then we'll move forward to the picks. Now, once again, one of them had too questionable paperwork. We'll have to bite that one. We'll have to bite that one on stream. The other is perfectly okay. There. Good, warm enough to deal with. Yay. Thankfully, Chad's okay. From Chad's, damn it, neat grub besides motherfucking McDonald's. Yes, I love the smell of food courts, not gonna lie. And yeah, I'm fucking going to miss the malls. Swansea, which is now closed, became semi-occupied with the business facing outward. Wherever Providence Place, South Palm Hall, and some dots. Yeah, I didn't say I lived there, I visited. This is why I use code names for malls, by the way. Some areas you don't have to use code names because they happen to be either worldwide or national chains. But other areas you do have to use code names for. I think those two malls are still open. If I remember right. It's been a while since I visited Kotobuki Mall, but... And it's been literally years since, as of here. Hoshino Mall, on the other hand, my most recent visit was a few months ago. But I did give some chains some funny places originally before I decided to forget about those. Yeah, I liked the code names, but still. From that, yeah, I know a couple of malls back at Hudson Vines that were still busy there. Hoshino Mall is far less busy these days. I don't know if Kotobuki Mall, since once again it's been literal years, but that place was always busy. That place was always busy up until Corona. That might be... The business may have resurfaced. I don't know. I won't know until I visit Kotobuki Mall again. That's me coming up with these code names, not assistant. Yeah, I make sure nothing bad showed up there. I have to make sure nothing bad shows up there. And plus some wandering pics as well, especially within Norris Alley. Yes, I did take pics of the food truck area. Oh yeah, one of merch parts. I've also saw a cosplay. No, I didn't cosplay anyone. Don't worry. Did I take 2 pics of... Oh yeah, I took 2 pics of one of those things. Oh yeah, the very end happened to have been the building that sun down. Everything else was everything else is everything else I ran into. I was just checking the things with the assistant. If I had someone come murder me from behind my address to go steal their weapons, then go live in the That's why I don't give anything out. No, thank you. Absolutely no, thank you. And once again, it was just for that Saturday. I didn't go for the other days, unfortunately. There have been a lot more otherwise. There was definitely a lot more notable people, but by when me and my family showed up, their parts have already passed. Unfortunately. That's with a strong, oh, unfortunately. Yeah, I have to scan this myself and not to the scanner room. That's for sanity check or special occasions. I remember last time we did that outside there, that was for a special occasion. Still keep those likes up, thank you so much. Twitch and Kit keep being cool, thank you guys so much. Do not worry, I'm sure those chats are fine. I had to remove it. Everyone back there's Av emote jail. I didn't even do that test. What you can feel free to roast me for. Man, it's not the INEO test again! Yes, that one was a subathon. I'm sorry, but them's the breaks. Yes, those work. Yes, all the chats work, thankfully. Wait, that's enough to be guessing the pics are actually ready. Which, this room. It's this room, okay? Yes, this room at hand. And after I will, yeah, and once I get to the sun, this is right in the sun, and at the sunset area is when I'll go, is when I'll tell the aftermath. Once again, this is just for the Saturday at hand. Sure, was anything gonna mean? Most like some stalking episode right to scaring off of the pubes. Staring for sad bizarre. Most likely pussy. Sakata, yeah, that's Sakatan's building. Oh, thank goodness I wasn't wholesale muted. That would have been tragic. Yeah, that totally would have been tragic. And most of these were either most of these in not in that order, not in complete order, where the convention seemed to hand a bunch of cosplay pics I couldn't help but to do. And then the pics of merch I did buy. And yes, I brought one of the equipment pieces from the other domain than back there. Yeah. He saw the eye needle test. Livingston ain't welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. Yes, it's not on the wrong screen. No, it's a half reset positioning assistant. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And this is within the building. This is further, we're going further right into the building from here. And everywhere was spacious. If I recall, it definitely was crap, but not as crowded as many others. Then again, this was my first convention before. This was my first convention since. Sorry, it was. Since before commission. Before anything else. Once again, it's a long ass time. Twitch is trying to make the encoders got to get milk for prolonged periods of time for some streamers. Yeah, that's Twitch's fault. That's 100% Twitch's fault. Yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, whoever it is, it's definitely Twitch's fault, not mine. If everyone else was walking out, that's my fault. Yeah, most of those are end up being really cool cosplays. I ended up deciding to take a picture, and also some wandering ones. The wandering stops in the very first cosplay I saw was of Annie of Skullgirls. This is too cool. This one was too cool not to take a pic of. I did end up getting the sticker that has her character's face. That ended up being awesome. Don't worry, I did not get bitten by that bunny. We already had, once again, mean assistant already had to talk not to bite anyone. I'm sure it works with everyone here. Then this silly thing at hand. I could not help but to take a pic of this. The coolest parts at hand happened to be the Christmas monster there and the angel over there. Everyone, if you do end up recognizing some serious I did not, feel free to note me. Feel free to note me in either chat or the comments. Don't worry, that isn't Survey. Those wings are too bright. Survey's wings are more flesh colored. He is a chicken. A flesh color with red ends. With red, yeah, definitely red ends. If I recall correctly from him. And that's Case. But this was actually the booth that ended up catching my attention at hand here. They actually called me. This is an area where other events and cons are shown there. Just to see more con goers take a visit there. That's for Boston's On Key Expo. And they did also have one of the two VTubers that managed to do that mentioned up meeting the assistant at hand. And this prisoner at hand. I did, after some looking up on assistants, and I did end up with one of them. This prisoner happened to be Pin Bun. It was a good visit. I did get, thankfully got this good pic of her. So many thanks to her on that one. However, chomp, 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 I'll have to bite you here. Because of that, she ended up being one of the prisoners that ended up not passing the paperwork test. So sorry, it'll have to be this way. Don't worry. Me. Yeah, there was actually a VTuber section, which I got into later. I did take some pics of that one. including the other one. This one was the one that unfortunately did not pass the paperwork test. But she was still a sweetheart otherwise. Let's target it being this Fern cosplay. The coolest parts of it being the staff and the plushie, but more so the staff. And this was funny enough on the way to be registered. A lot of this was on the way of being registered. It had to do with the cash part being registered, which thankfully wasn't crowded at all. The online register parts were more crowded than the cash register parts. Menos, Penguin Soldier, welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. And yes, there is some sort of setup in order for interactions, in order for screen interactions with some VTubers. There's definitely setup. Both VTubers I've seen that ended up taking close pics of were long TV style setups, long monitor style setups. Many other setups that were seen were iPad style setups, or a regular monitor style setups. And that's accompanied by trusted staff. And that's referring to the one I had to buy earlier. Right, next target. I couldn't resist this one. This one's new among Musume cosplayers. I could... And those were the first ones I saw there. Can only recognize Old Goody Cap there. But his ones were definitely cool. With the head part being the coolest part of him. And Old Goody Cap in general. Imagine having convention staff also dress up. I think some are dressed up, but I think if they are staff, I don't think they can dress up. But for good reason. Well, unless they have bands or stuff that recognize them as staff. Some cons won't allow them being dressed up. Yes, there are dress codes back there, don't worry. Anything past pasties is out of there. And they won't allow real weapons. I did play and deal with some toy weapons back at Orestali, but that's it. I did not buy them, however. I ended up buying stuff I mainly wanted. Next target. Yeah, this cosplay I definitely recognized. I definitely have seen this series. I definitely have seen the series at hand, a bit of the series at hand. However, the character's name at hand escaped me. But this was still very cool otherwise. The best parts of this were the suit and gloves. And I believe this is during the time we were looking for the restaurant area. We did visit the food truck area later, which is why the food truck area is way later. I did not take pictures of the restaurant area for safety reasons. Something about me and the assistant agreed with. We got, if this is a damn asylum, we even have some, we gotta have some limits. And yes, there are, yeah, everyone in that was in there had a badge. And I did take a picture of my badge there, it was cool. Nate said something interesting. Okay, two things I've been wanting to see if Child can go in the St. Louis Arc, which I couldn't because the government was shut down there when we went over the yard to that then. We did go to that area and I took some photos, but I wanted to go in the yard to see in the museum. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Understood. Yeah, I have seen the arch before. The arch was always cool to look at. There was two scenarios of travel, and both of them I've managed to see the arch. And that's St. Louis's arch. But not about this one. The next target. And this was cool enough armor to deal with. This was seriously cool enough armor to deal with. I mean, look. The most eye-catching parts were the red dragon scale parts. Followed by the helmet. This was very well made. Did you get back to the other target? Did you go into the arch? I couldn't go to the arch. I did manage to see the arch, but unfortunately I couldn't visit the arch. I mean, I couldn't actually go into the arch. And both times I've seen it, one was during the day and the other was during nighttime. The other was during nighttime mid-travel. And the arch is somehow even more beautiful lit up. There are some parts of that are way more beautiful lit up than the scene during the day. Despite the fact that it's damn dark out. On to this topic. Oh yeah. If I recall, I thought that part was the sword at first. But that turned out to also be part of the armor. Unless he was supposed to wield double swords there. Good protocol, good protocol. From there, I'm seeing heavy falling. It looks like something out of lore had fallen. Okay. This one was also while I was walking to the to the restaurant area. And this one did ring a bell. It's from the Anna series. That's the same series where it's a bunch of short. It was a bunch of YouTube shorts at first. It was through very short YouTube, but very short to 30-minute YouTube videos at most. And by order, all of them went first and then the video game. Oh, and I gotta play that again, yeah. And this is one of the ordeals like Katamari, absolutely nothing makes sense there. And this one, it was damn well made. This one was damn well made here. Coolest part's definitely the hat. And not, I don't have much else with this one. Most eye catching parts happen to be the red parts. And it has a two-face ordeal. A two-face ordeal, except I think it's safe to say that Anna, the character at hand, is not evil. Not evil or flips a coin if anything drastic happens. From chats, those were short animated vids that replicate the feel of old computer edutainment-ish games there. Yeah. So glad that game got me out among the supporters. Oh, nice. Hopefully I get to deal with that game down the line. But once again, the shorts went first. And I don't know how long or short the game is either. But to a point, I may have to knock both out. Maybe as separate videos. From chats, supporting the game was actually how I got my Anna plush. Nice. Anyway. That's enough. Let's head to the next target. Next target is just wandering. And that was actually to the Mate Cafe. However, I did not go there for a good reason. It's treated as a completely separate deal. The Mate Cafe happens to be one of the events where it's treated as completely separate. You have to pay for that. That goes with some other events. There's a rave, yeah, there's also a rave, but like main cons at hand, you also have to pay for that. That's a separate thing that you do have to pay for. And there are two big events. And there's one other huge event big enough where you have to pay for separately. There was Kaison's meet and greet, but that was at Friday. And once again, that one's the other event that was paid for separately. Just like this one. But this one did end up being cool to pass by. But immediately after that, I ran into this scene. Some people did gather to take pictures of that. One of those I did. Yeah, that was a demon slaying in progress. I recognize no character there, but this was definitely a demon slaying in progress. Do need the funds, but I'll press the snooze button just this once. The Twitch has been evil enough for me to put ads on them. That's why they're there in the first place. It's because those guys have been that evil. Thankfully, that's not a thing on Kick's end. Especially considering how they've handled monetization for them. They're the ones that handle the casino stuff, and thankfully I've managed to have that contained in there. Twitch, on the other hand, has been evil enough for me to put ads back on there, and I'm not taking those off. They've been that evil. The demon being slain at hand was definitely evil, but not as evil as Switch was this year. No damn thank you. This is very cool run into otherwise. Okay, assistant, next target. This one's definitely either Leatherface or something else. This one is way too cool. He actually wasn't that confident in his cosplay. However, I actually beg to differ. This was still cool regardless. Special with the mask being all well made. Yeah, the cosplays that catch my eye the most happen to either be good-looking anime cosplays, really funny ones, or harder cosplayers in general like this. And I've ran into a few. But this one's one of them I meant to take a pick up. Or a mouth impact reality like in a product disappears somehow. Yes. And that's why I advertise at Twitter. Most of what I do at Twitter is advertise or show any art of mine. And I do want to get to the living room soon. However, some other things do take priority. And I'll need a show for next Sunday. There may be a point where I go, yeah, and that part I want to go for a long stint. For a long stint of showing one image. But thankfully, let's do it with the next target. The Uma Musume that was nearby. This is definitely somebody Rudolph. This isn't being cool enough to take a pick up here. And the student dress at hand is the best of that bunch here. And this was after I was registered, not before. Now onward to the next target in here. And this was as everyone was taking pictures of there. Yeah, she happened to be adjusting the backpack of the TV man there. That whole ordeal was pretty ridiculous. The TV man at hand was swapping emotions. And by swapping emotions, it was with mouth parts. The mouth parts were swappable. And the nose was also attachable that way. Which, there was a time where it did fall off. Don't worry, I didn't take a pic of the nose falling off. That's damn embarrassing. That's damn private and damn embarrassing. Hey, Goobus Linkspur, welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. So I had to get his contents out of the way. Because this looks definitely wrong without. But this still is quite a sight. This still is quite a cool sight there. All right, next target. Next target, I did go in the artist alley. This is just one booth of it. But I didn't get anything from there. This one just had a lot of cool stuff. Most of that entire joint was cool there. And this is between the dealer's area and artist's alley. The dealer's area, there are a bunch of sections there. The only section of that entire joint that I didn't deal with happened to be the arcade area. There was some stage events going on, but most of that, a lot of them were inactive at the time of me dealing with them. So that's why I didn't bother taking pics at those areas. Yes, I did deal with all the floors of the building. And that's right after taking a super long ass walk between the con at hand and the restaurant me and my family dealt with. That's with breaks. That's with breaks, mind you. Yes, I wish I was that kind of monster. I am a monster regardless. Look at me. Unfortunately, I'm not that strong a monster in the other domain. I wish I walked that far out breaking a damn sweat, but no thank you. All the artist alley back there was safe for work. There was a not safe for work section that, in general, that was in between the dealer's area. But you need a confirmation wristband for that as well. And those are sold separately or something else. Don't worry, there weren't any pics of that area either. But the main area and our side were ones I dealt with. Including any notable cosplays I've dealt with. And I had to take a notable pic of this one. I've already seen this Hololive Shrine earlier. Well before dealing with that, and I've dealt with it in person. It was very cool. Don't worry, I did not sit on the pedal plush. I actually pet him instead. I've actually pet everyone instead. Don't worry, I did not get Vomoko's ears. It's both me and assistant had to make sure. One of them has already suffered far enough. Especially with the last thing I drew. Menos, please don't show the last thing you drew. Don't worry, I won't. Twitch definitely won't allow exposed ovaries on stream. Alright, back. Welcome back. Well, that was the way to come back to. Right when I said they won't allow exposed ovaries on stream. 30 other pedal plushies, but those weren't for sale. None of this was for sale. Absolutely none of this was for sale, or they would have been damn gone already. If there were, they would have had for way more than I got. I didn't get. And I only had a shameful amount. Life and times were damn tough. This was very cool to see. If I managed to pet everyone there, except for Mr. Squeaks, I think he totally bites. Mouse, you're able to pedal, but not Mr. Squeaks. Yeah. I think he's more hazardous. Or cracks the pedal being nasty as hell, but even then, I think Mr. Squeaks still totally bites. And I have to remind everyone once again, with me and assistant already had that talk not to bite anyone. I don't think Mr. Squeaks had that talk. Not by far. Totally not by far. And a clip of he's nasty. You don't know what he could do. Yes, that was referencing battle. That was the context of that. And that's the least effective disgust clip I've used that I use for sanity check. Yeah, I will show that. Don't worry. Don't worry, I will show that one.
He's nasty. You don't know what he could do. Yeah, swim away. Swim away.
And that was from a pic of Pedro being in the pool. The Great Pelotrons is my own business there. Not to be confused with Tippy. Tippy does not have horns. Well, I mean, Charles by using a human biomedical model to point to the universe. What was their name? Tippy. This one's Patrol, not Tippy. The Tippy's from Is the Order of Rabbit. And Tippy happens to be an Angola rabbit. That's how come Tippy looks different. I'll scan right now. That's the thing that happens to be, yeah, that thing that happens to be on Chino's head. Tipping golden flowy orange back off. Oh, that's his full name. Yeah, that's his full name. That's as you saw. Assistant! Damn it! Yes, yes, this thing. Yes, this cute thing. And if you recognize it, yeah. The thing I said that rung a few bells. He's also featured in a disapproval pick I have for sanity check. I have a shameful amount of it. I have a shameful amount of his Euro Rabbit clips, and by shameful, I mean not enough. Need to see that again, but I'm doing through my Musume right now. Disapproval, not disgust. I'm still in the disgust area. This one's disapproval. Yeah, I have to move there. Yeah, that one was disapproval. And I forgot Tippy was hiding in Chino's hat. He's normally in Chino's hat. And this ended up being a soul possession incident. Or he ended up where her grandfather from some accident ended up possessing this Angola rabbit. This Angola rabbit was female. So that's how come you're seeing this here. However, her grandfather ended up possessing this. It was quite the ordeal that Tippy ended up being there. But he's still a cute mascot nonetheless. Same goes with Paddle. And Paddle's down there. Yeah, they don't look like rabbits. Yeah, the Angola rabbit is definitely a fluff ball. But those guys are definitely fluff balls. I'll have to pull another tab from there. Most of those are definitely fluff balls. And don't worry, this one's safe. And I hope I'm not blocking him. I'll move over. And that one's the best one. These are the best picks of those. The fluffiness of the Angola rabbit is how come Tippy looks like that. And yes, I do have a plushie of Tippy. I've seen him normally on either on a cup or on Chino's head. This is him on Chino's head. Yeah, but this is one of the most shenanigans. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. The next pair of definitely have cosplays that were too cool not to deal with. This one was next door to the 18+ area. that I've dealt with. Yes, this one's of K-Angel from Needy Girl Overdose. A game that I did deal with on this channel. And I mean, and that was way earlier. I believe I definitely still record and still have some footage of the endings that were added since me dealing with them. I wanted to have that bonus episode be a recorded piece. The only one I didn't deal with yet was the one after you get 1,000. No, not 1,000. One of the other ones after you get 1 million followers. Her hero is always the best part of her gap, and this is definitely cool here. Yeah, like the streamer Tin tells, yes. Yes, everyone, these are my ears. And K-Angel does have twin tails. And there's actually multiple flavors of K-Angel, which are tied to multiple endings. And if I do recall, K-Angel is mostly neutral except her being evil, turning evil in 2 endings. Except turning evil in 2 or 3 endings. Oh yeah, definitely 3 endings. Hi, I know that. She happened to be... There's a villains wiki, a heroes wiki, and there are actually multiple moral alignment wikis. There's a neutral wiki. K-Angel happened to be neutral. aka K-Angel happens to be neutral for most of the game. Despite the crap you're able to get into with her, she's neutral most of the game. With the 3 evil exceptions. But I won't get into that any further. Or I'd spoil everything. Definitely play a game if you want to, or just straight up see my playthrough of it if you want to. Yeah, this didn't remind me of that experience right there. Also, one more funny fact before I move on. Most damn near everyone ended up with the Nymphomania ending on the first episode. I did not get that ending until the 4th episode, where I said fucking and do all the evil shit and get those bad ends. Turns out I wasn't doing her enough. At most, I've been fucking her past 5 times. You're supposed to go past 5 in order to get that ending. Yes, it cuts stress and everything. Yes, it cuts stress and it heavily cuts stress and everything else in game. However, you can't do that too much, or else you get that ending. I was like the one VTuber that did not get that ending until far later, after I was doing a ton of evil shit to her, and not to get the bad ends. And it's at the most recognizable episode too. And a clean version of those thumbnails. Yeah. And I realized I still had that thumbnail pattern. It was a time when I didn't do clean versions of them for schedule purposes. Up until then and there. And that's for schedules. Either clean versions of thumbnails or fan art that I've gotten. And for that fan art, many, many thanks. Oh yeah, I did do an alternate clean version of the finale. And yeah, it was this one. For that, I didn't get anything until this one. This one's episode 4. And you do get to pull in a low tier god in that game. I was like, oh, that's it. I'm stopping being nice. For Nate, what I did was SFW, yeah. Some were safe for work, there was one not safe for work. And still thank you for that. That special pass and I, my therapist, is takeaway. Yeah, if I can do for that, that's Switch's fault, not mine. And that time was back before I dealt with Twitch. Alright, let's move on. Did not recognize this other target. However, I managed to did not recognize this character. However, that person was with K-Angel, so I wanted a pic of him as well. However, the most notable part was the chains on his arm. I could not tell if that was either a legitimate tattoo or just part of the cosplay there. But that was cool regardless. The second cool part happens to be the cat ears. Looking back, it's quite a shocking thing that I gravitated towards the chains first and then the cat ears. Don't worry, no leashes were involved. Limiters definitely are. Yeah, this damn asylum, I know. And the passerby here made this unintentionally funnier. Do like you do the devil. And that was definitely about earlier. Next target. This one also ended up looking too cool not to take a pick up. This is of Yuki Moto, most likely Nyami Yuki mode. And Millennium Puzzle and his dual toy hand are also the coolest looking parts, alongside the hair. This one ended up being extremely awesome there. Looking back there, oh yeah, USS Sloppy. Yeah, that was definitely of the ship. I didn't ever see the front of that, but the front of that shirt. But I bet the front of the shirt was definitely Azure Lane's Laffy. In that case, that's a Mega Base shirt there. Don't worry, neither me nor assistant were sent to the Shadow Realm this time. This time, yeah, we almost were. We almost were back at year 1. No thank you, assistant. He got the hair, yeah! Do a pull at this point, yeah. Foresight. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do a poll here on everywhere I can. I'm giving Twitch at first. Or should I even? Yeah, give Twitch at first. Okay. However, this affects next Sunday. Yeah, and I want to pull a recency bias and go for Blue Archive again. However, I have recently had ended up with 420 subs on YouTube's end, and for that I said many thanks. There might be a stars alignment moment. The first time I noticed that. That's why I also share my views as are there. Had 777 views there as of that, but I think that was by the month. However, I definitely remember wholesale that we're on the ice arc. We've gone beyond the weeded arc. We're not on the ice arc of that. I clearly remember. Twitch will start being scheduled as it being 420 there. Okay. Okay, which one for next Sunday? Oh yeah, just two, just these two. Just these two. Yes, just these two. Third option. No, just these two. Okay? Want to try on one drug game? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I do not. I don't have a lot of room. Yeah, I don't have a lot of room. For next week, I don't have a lot of room. We have a Christmas hangout on Christmas Day since that falls on a Thursday. Can confirm that there. To be honest, I want to do Deep Rock the next night. And by the very next night, I mean tomorrow night. That's because I hadn't gotten the the hats of Christmas past there. And then I've decided to do it still a blade every Tuesday. Yeah, there's one more piece of clothing from one of the other party members that's confirmed to go with the others. But that's not claimed until I do it with the main quest there. 420 later. Damn it, I missed. You mean you misclicked? What do you mean you misclicked? Yeah, just assume my votes for Schedule 1. Got it. God, I will. There's also Twitch's poll. Everyone on there, it can also affect it greatly. Schedule 1 has 2 votes. Okay. Yay. Shove my shaking and it causes earthquake. It hit the other guy, it somehow affected herself. It hit the other opponent, and boy, and it didn't affect the other guy. The other guy is a monster because he's in the air. Yeah, wrong game. I know. Yeah, it'd be funny logic to end up having Red Eyes Black Dragon fall to the fall to an earthquake. Bring a PC Earth right into the air and end them that way. Well, you're actually streaming on Christmas, yes. Yes, I've decided to. Also, Narcothubizi, welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. Yeah, none to have her schedule. I'm actually on the ice arc. I've already dealt with all the weed. But anyway, let's move on. This is also a cool booth, but it was mainly of Nikkei stuff and some VTuber stuff. Not getting any VTuber merch there. However, there's a piece of merch I did get here. Yeah, so unfortunately no bolt-on merge to deal with there. And yes, I looked. However, there's a piece of merch I did get from this booth. So Nyadako works, many thanks. Yeah, you're looking that up! Yes, I'm looking that up. Why are you looking that up? Why not? Yeah, you're actually looking that up. Yes, I'm looking that up. And get nuked, yeah. I told you, don't look it up. Oh, you'll look it up anyway. That's definitely a soundbite on Twitch's end. That's definitely a soundbite on Twitch's end. That's 100% soundbite on Twitch's end. And one on my soundboard.
I told you, don't look it up!
They never listen. Well, why don't they listen? Look up breast population. I was torn between the keychain I got and a Cinderella keychain. Yes, Nikkei Cinderella. There's also Rupee back there, but I wanted a keychain there the most. Because I hauled off and dealt with most of my money there. With everything I wanted to deal with. Oh yeah, it's this one. Many, many thanks. Yeah, the shop's currently closed more at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's this guy for those wondering. Yeah, it's this guy for those wondering. Don't worry, I won't scroll down. I think that one is still safe for work. Thankfully, I think that one is still safe for work. But still, no, thank you. And no social media to deal with, unfortunately. Got it. Got it. I'll still bookmark that. You're scanning there, never mind that. Hey, you're scanning here, never mind that. I found a target since I did buy from this target. But never mind that. But still here, many, many thanks. Let's still type in many, many thanks there. Turns out that this is all. Turns out this who's behind Yadako works here. If I get anything wrong, let me know. Still keep those likes up, everyone. Keeping cool. Twitch and Kick, thank you so much. I got a busy Christmas ahead of me, fam. Yeah. For Christmas, I'm likely gonna be with my family. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I somehow have enough room to stream dead. Or I should. I'll definitely let you guys know. Yeah, my schedule room is a countdown to Christmas as always. But here's more of the art. Here's more of it. I think this one's for the art, more so the artist alley than the dealer's room, because there's a point in here where I'm split up with my family. Me and assistant are split up with my family. Recall, but we were in the very down back of the room, and the exit is strictly another way. From chat, tomorrow I'll be helping decorate some sugar cookies with mom, then go gather on my music teacher, classmate, and colleague. Nice. From Narco, I've heard the satchel gives me more time to catch up on concepts, so it'd be easier for the both of us. I wouldn't be surprised if your family forced you to drag you along with their mishaps time to time, including stepping into your boundaries once more. Yeah. That also unfortunately happens to me. Especially in case any alien shows up for either some food or some bullshit. And thankfully there's far less bullshit nowadays. Almost said then nowadays. There was way more bullshit until I was committed. That'll be good. I'm also gonna make meal cooks and stuff. I think he meant make me cookies at some point. That sounded. That sounded like that sounded like she was making bachelorette party cookies earlier. If there is some random wild rave at hand, that's to deal with those things. Make cookies at some point. Mouse, congratulations, you ruined it. Daimashi desu. Daimashi desu. You officially ruined it.
台無しです。
This is already not approved. Yeah, that was so not approved. However, me and assistant couldn't able to deal with some more cosplays as we did get the one called the Summon Back. Once again, out the very back of the dealer's room. In the long way when we ran into a lot more stuff. That ended up annoying them, but thankfully Oswald ended up well. But I do feel bad for most of them. And the one crook I don't feel bad for was my Agdona, but that's for different reasons that I won't get to. Way too painful. We don't want to deal with that much pain tonight. We've dealt with enough pain. Speaking of bringing pain. No pain was involved, don't worry. But this Chun-Li Picasso was cool enough. And that was while looking for the exit. The dress ended up being well made there. That's the best part of it there. And this was once again right at the back of our alley. And don't worry, that our alley is safe for work. The not safe for work part was within the right in the middle of the dealer's room. And this one's at the dealer's area. And this one's definitely at the dealer's area. Alright, not getting anything from there. However, this patch was cool enough to take a pick of. Yeah, I don't have much else about this area. Grab and please don't fucking kill each other. I don't care about reason. Don't worry, we won't. We're not playing any of the racing games here. We're doing the Among Us, which has updated since I last messed with it. Have map and new rules and everything, but still. I was going to want to go around. Fair enough. Yeah, it sucks. I have a dishwasher where I live. I do, but neither me nor my family uses that thing. Yeah, I don't know how to use the current one we have at hand. There's gonna be a time down the line where I'm gonna test that. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Speaking of things that go wrong, I also went to the virtual village area. This warehouse ended up being one of them there. That's how Stace Connect's warehouse. Yeah, assistant did end up biting that. Assistant did end up pretending to bite that one standee of damn it, I forgot her name. However, I yelled at him, no, we agreed not to bite anyone. What's wrong with you? Oh, that was Ember Money. Oh, now I agree. That happens to show up after I agree with. I had to remind the assistant that we agreed not to bite anyone. It's a damn rule in general. That's a damn rule in general outside of this asylum. If it shows something that bad enough paperwork here, we'll have to bite them in this domain. Not the other one. There's some time, yeah. There are some times where it's either me or assistant ends up fighting there. From Narco, don't start fights. Fights start me. This isn't me meaning or being edgy. I'm serious. That's understood. I couldn't help but to take the other art pics of that booth there. And that was before I meant to have that. I meant to have that before this one. That's assistant's fault. That was within this one. And this was also while we were trying to look for the exit and my family was already being driven nuts. Did not see a quick croc VTuber here, unfortunately. So I smell There's an art piece later. There was an art piece within that, so I did take that later. The highlight was the croc VTuber at hand. Don't worry. But this was at the gate of the virtual, either at the gate of virtual village or within it. Oh yeah, that was definitely within it. Once again, me and sister are trying to look for the exit, and my family is already driven nuts. I really need to clean my desk off. There's papers everywhere. Assistant did not check the damn order. He definitely didn't check the damn order within some of these. Okay. Oh yeah, and that's 2 pieces. Where are the art pieces there? And thousands of everyone at disconnect back there. And there are 2. And there one side, and then there's the other. And thousands of the gensmiths together. No one else showed up, or we'd have to bite them. But this one's completely different. This person was completely different. This was of the other. This happened to be of the other VTuber and her staff that ended up catching my eye there. They actually drew attention to me. No questions overall, unfortunately, but I just wanted to say hello. She didn't mean a sweetheart regardless. But for those that hadn't paid attention, there was one that ended up failing the paperwork test and one that ended up passing the paperwork test. She actually passed the paperwork test. Now, this was of Pitsy VT. And once again, yes, she did pass the paperwork test. And I will show off what I have here at hand. Yeah, I believe she was most active on. She's one of the type that does have some stuff slurped into YouTube, but definitely deals with Twitch mainly, unless I'm mistaken. Alright, Mouse, we're actually examining paperwork again. Yes, we're actually examining paperwork again. This is a quick examination, not a further examination. And yes, still does stuff on YouTube's end. And Twitch's end there. But I will show off her Twitter at hand, though. Don't worry. Hey, once again, she did somehow pass the paperwork test. That's done like the other one. So for that, many, many thanks. Well, yeah, and looking back, I need to clean off my desk or at least sort it out. No, is that not that? Yes, it's long enough. Once again, she was a sweetheart to deal with. Alright, next target. It's definitely a dragon. His name definitely escapes me. However, the weapon part is also very cool to use. And this whole thing is cool in general. Yeah, it definitely was cool. But however, there's actually a pretty funny story involving the weapon cosplay back at hand. Now, what about back at hand? So, and this was several years ago, and then this happened at a convention. There was another cosplay of this character. Of the same weapon. Of this same cross-like weapon. They thought it was carrying this big a cross and they were impressed. However, this didn't hit them that this was a weapon until much later. There were cultists that defected to Christianity. They thought was a real cross up. There was a real huge cross at first until they realized this was actually a prop weapon. Are you sure this was a prop weapon? Yeah, that was a prop weapon. It's confirmed to be a prop weapon. And they didn't realize it until a tiny bit later, and they did tell me of this. No, they actually didn't tell me of this. This was right in front of me. This was, once again, well before I was committed. And I mean, well before I was committed. And this also didn't remind me of that time, so thank you for that there. This whole thing's cool regardless. Now I'm doing a friend and's crew. And everyone ended up being cool there. The best part were, of course, the weapons. Well, I'm somehow the type that's more drawn to the characters' weapons themselves rather than their cosplay. Although, do not get me wrong, their cosplay is excellent here. And I love their weapons too. If I recall correctly, Hammond is the one that does not have a weapon right here. While everyone else does. But everyone looks amazing regardless. Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, Nate. Oh yeah, the poll did expire back on Twitch's end, however, I'll still have it up on YouTube's end. And I somehow can't do that on Kick's end for some odd reason. And that's very odd. I think I have to be monetized for that. And I got some paperwork that I can't deal with until later. That I'll then have to monetize myself for there. Once again, all this is while we're being called by my family and the crooks within. Up next. This character's name also escapes me. I already recognize she happens to be from Digimon. But this ended up being very cool regardless. She could have easily pointed a weapon somewhere else, but thankfully not. She's very cool here. Renee, okay, got the winter socks on. Yeah, I have boots on here, thankfully. And how come there were periods of... Oh yeah, there are periods of some people that managed to take their shirt off while on stream. Not this time, don't worry. This doesn't have frantic mode, unfortunately. And that's a huge unfortunately. Back to this, once again the weapons ended up being the most eye-catching part. But those guns looked very cool. Wait, did you say boots? Yes. Yes, this yeah, this appearance happens to have them. This appearance that I have happens to have them. For some reason, a farmer's boot came to mind. Yeah, I'm showing my boots after that. Wait, no, I might as well show my boots, but... it's while in... Alright, this one. Yeah, that's while on this one. And the boots happen to be right here. Yeah, there's leg warmers about. Yeah, also having leg warmers here. And this is while also having leg warmers here. But I will go back down. We'll go back down before I somehow upset Twitch for some odd reason. And the last time Twitch was upset was not for an odd reason. Last time seeing Twitch be that upset was not for an odd reason. Wait, that is an odd reason. Someone jerking a banana off is always an odd reason. And compared to what I've seen them I've seen crooks get away with on there. And they've somehow managed to surpass Kick in terms of crookery. I won't touch that any further. No thank you. I thought you meant in real life. Why are you worried about the in real life? Back to this room. Like how I stumbled across this character months ago, I suddenly saw this character cry a lot recently. Deadass. One of you main streamers over there then. In that in that case. Which case? I've stumbled upon many on Twitch's case, but not too much on Kick's case. Although I do link to other things if you do prefer them. And that's if I do happen to raid that target. But still, let's move right along. And the character's name does not ring a bell here either, but she does remind me of Toriel of Undertale. She does remind me of her just a tiny, teensy bit. But this looked too good not to deal with. Especially the dress and paws. This cosplay is amazing overall. Yeah, and yeah, at this point, I am torturing everyone, including the egg donor, since once again, this is the point I was trying to escape. Once again, this is the part I was trying to escape. I meant over at the convention. Yeah, just those two, no one else here. No one else here. I would have definitely taken pictures of them. And the major ones were already away when me and my family got there. Alongside assistant. But this one is one of the coolest cosplays I've ever ran into, in general. With that, I say many, many thanks. She was also with someone I believe I took a picture of him too there. This isn't being fun. This isn't being funny. That was cool regardless. And looking back, this might have been either Undertale or Talon. Because part of me says he's dealing with these about of Animal Crossing. However, this is, from the looks of this is definitely most likely Frisk. These two names come to mind. This is still funny regardless. I wanted to take a picture of him as well. On that note. Also, everyone, please feel free if I was wrong. Please feel free to note me if I was wrong. This next target. Yeah, and this one's Persona 3 Portable's protagonist. And yeah, I will give context to those that are totally frightened right now. In Persona 3, they happen to use evokers that are basically the guns that they shoot themselves with, and it's actually safe to shoot themselves with this particular one. That's because that's their invoker to summon other personas within Tartarus. And that's the place that their school ends up transforming into. And they were trying to get to the bottom of the deal with Tartarus itself. That's how come they summon personas just like this. From there on, it's just breaking cards and then ripping their faces off. And then back to drastic shit with ripping their faces off. Unfortunately for Science, did not deal with Persona 1 and 2 yet, but I do know what happens with Persona 2. And we don't talk about that there. We don't talk about what they summon in Persona 2. Yeah, this one's still most drastic, of course. However, both the Evoker and this entire cosplay is amazing. This cosplay in general is amazing, so many thanks there. And I told this other person at hand. And she was also with that protagonist cosplay. And she also looked extremely cool. That's how come this picture was about. And it's not just the mask at hand, it's the staff too. The staff is definitely the highlight piece here. The spell brings spring bathing Sororitas into tradition. That's and Persona 3 had the best one. Yeah, Persona 3 had the best one. Not simply because you were able to get away with that one, but that one as male and C, but because it was good in general. Yeah, I like how in Portable you're trying to catch the guys before they escape. Everywhere else you're trying to make sure to escape. They attempted to make to make up with that in Persona 4. However, it ended up being damn evil. It ended up being on a scale from reasonable to being extremely evil simply because to spoil it mildly. One character accidentally messed up the timing there. It was actually the guy's turn. And they ended up getting blasted from there. Didn't realize it was a goof up. No, it's this moment. They did not realize it was a goof up until much later after they drove the guys off. And then even worse, they ended up keeping the narrative. They ended up keeping the narrative that they snuck it, that they tried to sneak in early, instead of it. Even though all the girls realized that they messed up and took too long on their regard. That's why I kept having every other of the girls killed, with the exception of Rise and the Navigator. Yeah, and multiple times I want them killed. I stripped everyone, just straight up kill every one of the girls there. With the exception of Rise, because I can't kill the Navigator, and Nanako because I did not want to kill her. Despite all that, I still didn't want her killed. I wanted to kill everyone else though. That ended up being the worst bath scene there. And 5 was neutral, but 3 ended up being the best one. But if I ever stream that happens there, I'll still kill them. Don't worry. I didn't get their bad ends, but I still had them killed regardless. But I had to get them killed a bunch of times before moving on. Now with all that out of the air. Still Humble, thank you so much. And back to this cosplay. Hey, thank you so much. Continuing off, yeah, their characters and character developments didn't disappoint either, along with the symbolism as well. Especially good how villains represented within set series. Yeah, it did not skimp on that within almost any persona. This is coming from another person that only dealt with 3 through 5. 3 through vanilla 5 exactly. And I already know we don't talk about what they summoned in Persona 2. No, it's not her. She's cool. That's a completely different series. Next topic. I believe he was also within this crowd. Oh yeah, he was also within that crowd. So I wanted to take a picture of him as well. His getup was way too cool. I loved his jacket the most out of all this. That is how come I ended up dealing with him as well. I'm the type to also say I'll take it. You know what? I'll take a picture of everyone else. If you guys aren't busy. Yes, I am that sort of person. Not being considered a modern trench coat. Most likely. I hadn't seen trench coats too much in my day. But this one's still very cool. Oh yeah. Assistant. Yes, that one. Yeah, this coffee's cooled down since, but thank you so much. You'll have to blow your nose here. Yes, I will. Yeah, everyone that after having to talk about killing the lot of Persona 4 girls there. Yeah, I owe everyone that. I don't feel bad for most of them either. Don't worry. Alright, I'm back. Guess those peppermint farm cookies ain't bad, yeah. Yeah, those are delicious. I believe it's been years since I dealt with those. Literal years. Oh yeah, Biscoff cookies aren't Pepperidge Farm, if I recall. That they're their own thing. That's if I recall, they happen to be their own thing. Something on my desk for doing the favor. Got it. I got it. Now we're also throwing it there. And I even ran into this Gundam. Of course this is cool enough to take a pic of. At this point, I am still torturing my egg donor and the rest of the family I didn't mean to torture. They're trying to summon me out of there. And I believe this was past the point where, I think this was at a point where I finally met up with, me and assistant finally met up with my dad. Said we need to go to the bathroom first. Oh yeah, but then I had, okay, I need to take a pic of this cosplay first. Fuck everything. Menos, no! Menos, yes! Yes, that's my dad, not my egg donor this time. The egg donor is far deeper. Or is this deep? Back to this cosplay at hand. This one's also one of the coolest cosplays I've seen this day. This happened to be very amazing. Especially how the weapons dealt with at hand. The robot parts and the weapon in general. This also ended up being, yeah, I know the sun got in the way of some of it. That's how come it's very bright. But this was perfect nonetheless. This one's very perfect nonetheless. All right, this next cosplay. His name definitely escapes me. However, This was too good not to deal with. This was way too good not to deal with. And once again, it's his armor parts and his weapon that are the highlight. The fur, the armor parts, his boots, and his weapon. Everything about this is damn good. Yeah, I was definitely glad I ran into that. Despite once again torturing my own family. And if I recall, one of them we said Chainsaw Man, the other is Megumin from Konosuba. That they wanted to take a picture together, so that's what I did. This ended up being very cool. Oh, for you change bits. Just put a K over my what could go on everything. Frequency cancels around that. But you always win it after every cost. That's within explosion and not within the other thing. I don't know what to call that unless he already said it. This pick earlier, Jats. This pick earlier, you recognize weapon he's holding that happens to be is like a scepter meets a boomerang. Oh yeah, his weapon at hand. Yes, that one. Like a scepter meets a boomerang there. That one looked amazing, and this actually looked very cool. This just looked very cool. Like, you see what I mean? Yeah. On to the next one. This is the cosplay after I met with my family. You said, okay, first I need to take the pic of this and go to the bathroom. Oscar, no, I don't give a shit if he crashed out here. He also had to stop Mom before she had to kill this person. This is why I keep calling my egg donor shit like that. Back to this. This one this cosplay ended up being amazing. The dress is also well made enough for this. And I'll definitely give this to her there. And plus, being tied to this funny scenario just made it even better. Oh, thanks, Lee. Now I gotta wake you up. The house assistant and my dad is holding Mom down, trying not to kill anyone. Me and the sister already collected not to do anything rash. Too bad this talk with my egg donor never lets go. It's always out the other. So I scale on her being either near pure evil or at pure evil. No, not this cosplay. She's awesome. She's awesome for this. And especially tied to that funny moment. Alright, next time I went back in the building. Yes, I meant to go to the bathroom. I went back in the building. And this is of a Matokami cosplay. Yes, that's a thumbnail silhouette for YouTube's case. But this isn't the only reason. I'll get to the main reason later. As once again, I did buy merch. However, the dress parts and the gloves and the hair parts were the best parts of this. This ended up being extremely cool all around. This on top of one of the pieces of merch that I bought, I couldn't help but to ask for a picture. It ended up being this one. And this is right back to torturing everyone. Still, yeah. Yeah, your family's torture. Turns out my family's torture ended up being part of the law of cycles. For Nate, okay, okay, you're onto something. Guess I won't be sleeping on more character designs tonight within this week. From Jats, yeah, Nurko, more money for your catalog, more for your catalog for Zaman and Pencil. Didn't sure get plenty of rest in between, yeah. Yeah, I made sure I had to. But once I get to the aftermath parts, this coming holiday in December, hell, even beginning in January, I want everyone to be able to leisure rest and get whatever they want to do out of the way at their pace. And thank you, Jax. Thank you so much. Thanks for looking after everyone. From Nate, I was gonna say I primarily write more than draw. I see it as being far easier. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's the opposite with me. I sometimes have a lot of trouble writing, but I don't have that much trouble drawing. It's writing that's my problem. Oh yeah, I had to toggle between those in order. And unlike motherfucking schoolwork, no, I'm not gonna immediately hound you guys. Yeah, I had your fun, cool. During a second, right after New Year's. Okay, now back to get to work. Nah, live, damn it! This is why vacation days are a thing. From Nate, yeah, my difficulty with drawing is my self-esteem there. And you've definitely been improving here. And so many thanks for that. I hope to continue being your motivation. Same goes to anyone that's drawing right now. You guys are also a good part of why I draw now. I'm letting you guys know that then and there. Especially within the horror comedy parts. If I'm gonna draw anything gore-related outside of anything story-wise, it's definitely horror comedy related. I did post a drawing of Tintin Tripod I had posted in entry 11 and 12. Oh, thank you for noting me. With on that, let's move right along. Oh yeah, now I went back to my family and dealt with the truck scene one more time. No, not the truck scene, the food truck scene one more time. Not go to any of those, but if I were gonna do with those again, I'll definitely go to one of them. And these weren't particularly appeasing. That's how come I didn't deal with any of those at first. But if that's gonna happen again, I will definitely deal with one of them. Especially if they have funnel cake. Let's say a farmer protest track for a second for a quarter of my. That's a food truck! Wow. That's a food truck, not the truck that's connected to the moon there. No, not that other truck. That's how Crook got arrested at Baldy. But we won't talk about that. We won't talk about that until far later with the net sanity check. From chats, if this were an Indian cuisine, I'd probably have a shichuri. No, thank you. No, thank you, Aaron. Of all times where Joe's going to show up. And of all times for Josuke to show up!
Okuyasu, I heard it as clear as day. This sick fuck said the N-word. I just remembered I haven't been any third racist!
Ironic shitposts aside. Once again, if I'm gonna deal with the food truck, I definitely will. Especially if it's the nearest thing, and that would end up being the nearest thing. Immediately try to saw hair dry, hair closing, hair fine. Okay, shut up. Yeah, celebrate Spain. Everyone, champagne making meals laugh. Oh yeah, that was earlier. I didn't catch earlier. While she trying everyone, oh yeah, that was why. Champagne. This is while exiting the area. Despite the long walks there and the torture in my family, this ended up being excellent. This kind of ended up being excellent. This was during my walk and it ended up being something very funny to end up posting. This was on accident, this was funny, but she was actually patting him, don't worry. The Power cosplay was actually patting the Denji cosplay, don't worry. And a lot of most of the still picks ended up being cool. Including this one. Well, with all that was the end of the cosplay and general exploration parts. And this was all the small stuff that I dealt with, including my badge. Yeah, assistant dude ended up somehow sneaking in, but thankfully I was overlooked. Assistant ended up having quite the trusting demeanor. I'm thankful he does have a trusting demeanor. How can a lot of these end up being crumpled up? They had to put them in my pocket. Once again, I did not have a knapsack or backpack there, unfortunately. Next time I need to deal with one of those. That's an actual cardinal sin of dealing with conventions. Not having one is actually a cardinal sin. But thankfully I dealt with enough to carry everything, but not too much of anything else. Oh yeah, that Oshikor thing, that was of the VTuber that did pass the paperwork check. That turned out to be of her group. And this is from the Andy of the Stars cosplay. And that was that Boston Expo thing from way earlier. That's from the VTuber that did not pass the paperwork test. Both are sweethearts, but one of you had to go. Them's the breaks in this asylum. I didn't make those rules. I just follow them. It's either the prisoners or the runners of the prison that make the rules. And we're on the merch section now. And this is the merch section from here. Oh yeah, and this is actually the very end one, which is about the World Congress Center one more time. As the sun was winding down. We did manage to go deal with that place all afternoon. It was a very cool time. But none of that, and back onto this. That's the end of the showcase section once we do that picture again. That's what me and the assistant agreed on. Now this next one. If you guys remember one of the booths from way earlier. Yes, that art booth that I had to deal with. And it was this one. It was the Nyarako Works booth. That was the keychain that I dealt with there. And it's of Red Rappy. The closest one I was caught my eyes was between Red Rappy here and Cinderella. However, I dealt with way more careful Red Rappy, so that's how come I got her here. It would actually hurt if I ended up doing the Cinderella one instead, because I bought nothing from her. I bought none of the other stuff for her. I did end up buying all the stuff for Red Rappy, since I use her the most. Yeah, I use Cindy a lot, but I use Red Rappy way more now. Sooner learn how to make the Melly Art keychains. No, not the dog tag ones, but the ones that have outlines and color, characters or things. Yeah. And this one was part glass. This one's also encased in glass. It's a glass type of keychain. And he had to bring my boom mic into the other domain and place it there. And I had to place it there. She's hanging in there right now. Bring it back here. She's hanging there right now. She's gonna be there for as long as possible. Yeah, that's basically this is basically having two characters at one around here. But I won't delve any further. I won't delve any further for good reason. Don't worry. Yeah, she also happens to have Red Hood's core. That's within her. But let's not talk about how. That's a different ordeal. It's in it with an amazing result regardless. But onward. But now it's onward to the next item. Yeah, all this within my room and the other domain. And it's this one. And I happen to buy a full figurine. I decided, while scanning for the figurines and scanning for the good places, this ended up being this one area ended up being the best one for this year. This was selling both Madokami and Homurakuma, but I chose Madokami there. And that's also how come you see her silhouette in YouTube's thumbnail. Yes, I ended up buying her. This turned out awesome. Yes, this does come with a stand. How I know, once again, I bought it. And this also happened. And within most of these, most anime figurine creators definitely have very good details, especially of this sort. Yes, I also kept the bots. Don't worry, I'm not. Yeah, I'm a monster, but not that much a monster. Within stuff like this, you always keep the bots for travel reasons. For travel and moving reasons. And that especially goes for anything with interchangeable parts. End up hesitating and dealing with it. End up hesitating and missing a mini version of her Nendoroid. And I said, oh no, I'm not doing that again. That's how come I ended up buying her. Here, in this form. And now I have something for most of the year. Most of the year that isn't July or November or December. I'm one of those kind of assholes that end up going Christmas mode immediately after Halloween. From Nate, yes, I did get a little Kirby figure. Kirby having eaten a cone. Oh, cute. Yeah, that's very cute. Yes, I'll look that up. Sounds me, that's my intel. That's not me, yes, it's my intel. Look at somewhere else. Or else, okay? That's why you're looking up Kirby eating a cone. Why? Kirby and Forgotten Land cone mode. Yeah, I'm also double scanning in case. And I don't want nothing nasty shown. Okay? Okay. Alright, and that one from Play Asia. My best guess is this cone. It's in Nepalese or Japanese. Yeah, this is my best guess. Yeah, this one's my best guess. Yeah, that's the one. And that one's from Kirby and the Forgotten Land. There's some there's some items that Kirby doesn't eat all the way, and he ends up being able to control that item, and can act as that item. For example, he can do this to a car, and he can operate a car that way. And that looks even more ridiculous. Wait, $23, bruh! Oh. The difference between the $23 one from eBay and the $9 one from PlayAsia. He can roar a car. Yeah, I won't get. Yeah, then again, that would be something that Top Chat would censor. Top Chat has censored far worse. Last sanity check. Yeah, I might need to make that clip. Last sanity check, and Top Chat censored the woman word in. And mass hilarity ensued. I'm gonna try. Okay, who this is about? Yeah, I self-censored it. That's not Top Chat. Okay. You have you're a mod. You can bust through that. Unfortunately, we can't bust through everything. Aww. Just like how Kirby can't completely eat up everything in that game. He can eat up a lot, but... not at this point. This woman, I'm actually going to PlayAsia. I'm actually going to PlayAsia. I hope it don't show anything nasty. No, shows nothing nasty. Oh yeah, those things are as a W. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the mascot. The mascot does cover things. The mascot also happens to be a VTuber. And yes, this is the PlayAsia part of there. And as of here, he's being offered for $9, as opposed to that nasty price at eBay. They're definitely scalping. Oh yeah, if you do visit one of those things, you can tell her to go the fuck away, but not on stream. Not on stream, or you'll get nuked for the image. I tell her go away, no, I'll get nuked. We can still bite her, however. Chomp, 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 chomp. Chomp. Yeah, she actually tasted delicious. Fan of shock, oh damn well. Menos, finish your food. No, I'm not finishing that. I'm letting her turn. I'm not finishing that. back to this. And I did take a pic of every bit of that one, and then there's her in action here. There's some her wings are attachable and detachable. Yeah, I had a tiny bit of trouble with the wings, but thankfully they were placed in correctly. Fun comp about Kirby, he eating the whole thing. Yes, that's a redeem somewhere. But I don't. Oh yeah, that's a redeem and that kind of thing. But while that kind of thing, its name escapes me. However, I don't use it because it's super annoying. No damn thank you. Also, Compa Compatriot, welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. Yes, this is Madokami in action. And if I remember, I pick a front and a back in some special areas. Because many figurine makers from Asia, or based on Asia, happen to have some very cool extra details very cool extra details. And I did not miss the extra details. If they're a whole feature. This is the back of her. And I dealt with one of the wings were far harder to deal with, but thankfully I managed to pull through with that. Kirby stuck on the bullet bill. The guy anime at Game Figs, yes. I did a stream where I showed them all off. Showed the ones I have off. Yeah, I hope to one, yeah. I sense in one day we'll have one of the Hobby Japan figures that will end up disowning me. And I'll be all glad for it. I already disowned my Dale Mag donor, but but that would be a shame for the others. She was definitely one of the worst of the cult, that's for sure. That thing would not kill its inherent evil for once. That's how come I disowned that thing far long ago. Yeah, this is the correct face for it. Of course, that thing never agrees with merch like this, but oh well. This is the back of her, and it's very good. I love all the details that back there. And yes, I also caught a pick up under her. And under her, she happens to be in pennies and she has a whole galaxy there. Just like the character, and she also has a whole galaxy under there. It's amazing. And that's the extra detail that you're able to enjoy there. With Asian-based figurine companies. They will not forget the panties at all. Rightfully. And here she's in pure white. And yes, that's the stand. Yes, I already did install the stand there. And I took another pic of her alongside Santa Altar. And some other figurines there. They were all showcased. They were all showcased earlier. Well, with the exception of that Christmas tree. Unless I forgot about that I did showcase the Christmas tree when I did that video. I didn't capture the front of the paintings, but I definitely captured the back. I'm glad me and assistant agree with this sort of consensus there. Yeah, if anyone hears of my Agnon doing something heinous, it's for this. And there's already been part of the pact where if we somehow fuck up royally in either domain, we'll end up being imprisoned for good. That especially went for her. She was once again she was the most hostile. Nice to meet you, D3UK17, and welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well. And it's of this model Kami figure. I thought you were going to call your Ignorant Eggnog. No. That's enough about that. Yes, I'm snoozing. No, thank you. And this is once again her alongside with some of my family of figurines. There's written at the back with Darth Woozer at the back of her. And beside her, once again, is Santa Altar. I also have a feeling down the line I'm gonna end up cycling between Madokami, Santa Altar, regular old Saber, and one other person. That might end up being Homorakuma. If I ever run into her. That's if I ever run into her figurine again. Yeah, the register ended up being 75. This ended up being 40. She ended up being $40, and the next major item I have was above normal pricing for there, but that's because of it still being a popular series to this day. And that being this wall scroll. I ended up completing my mission of having it being getting a wall scroll. I wanted a good one. I wanted one of a favorite series. This isn't fitting both bills. And which is this of? I'll let you guys guess. I'll let you guys guess while I check my own analytics. No, not Twitter. That other area. I'm somehow still on Twitter. And but yeah, that's definitely Grand Order spoilers related. Let's not go into there. Oh yeah, that's just Kiata's concert promotion. And Mr. Lunashi, no damn thank you. That's nothing but concert promotion and the last loot pick I ran into. No damn thank you. We're not getting nuked. We're not getting nuked, and one of them involves someone who you showed her ovaries again! No. No, I'm not putting that on stream. Assistant, don't worry. I'm not putting those ovaries on stream either. Don't worry. Keep those likes up. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I hope you guys are enjoying this. The poster or anything that be pen, that's a poster. Twitch keep being cool. Thank you so much. Keep being cool. Thank you so much. With all that said and done, I'm done checking it. Yeah, I'm done checking those analytics, assistant. Let me at least get that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll have to give off the extra time there to let any more guesses go through. Alright. No further guesses? Looks like there's no further guesses. All right. Some salad stole my brain earlier. Okay. And so far there are no further guesses here. And I did post it up. It's still up in my other domain area to this day. To this day, like it's been years. When it's been here literally yesterday. Yes, this one's of Good and Nagad, which is one of my favorite series that I've ended up revealing on debut. Yeah, this also reminded me of a time where I used to have the drill. And yes, that drill was sharp. But I managed to handle it otherwise. I think there was a moving crisis where I ended up losing that drill, unless I'm mistaken. But this awesome piece I ended up having to deal with, and it's really cool. Yeah, everything about this is really cool. Didn't even notice Van Island until a bit later. Until a bit later after my egg donor freaked out about, well, this thing. Of course. Everyone else was cool with that. especially assistant. And I bought this especially because there's always this open area. And I definitely need a series I love with that area, and that's how come this happened. And as of here, I had many wall scrolls throughout the years. Down to the one I got from my very first convention, that was from several years ago. And that was from several years ago, which is near me. Which is shockingly near me in this domain. And that's the one involving Mikuru Asahina. From the Melancholy Haruhi Suzumiya. That poster over there. I end up with a good number of posters, but not enough to cover the whole wall. I'm committed, but I'm not that insane. Okay? Okay. And looking back, this is indeed one of the coolest things I've had in either of my rooms ever. So I'm glad for that. This would especially be cool if I somehow still had the drill. Yeah, assistant wants me to check, but no thank you. I remember a bit going over things between the manga and the manga and good anime and manga, and Gurren Lagann was among them. Also, I used to consider Haruhi Suzumiya the mascot gal of anime. We're still having some sort of deity war now. There was especially a deity war between Haruhi and Madokami then. I ended up picking the team Madokami. Turns out she was pure part this whole time and managed to reject corruption. It managed to eject witch corruption. That's how come she got like that. Haruhi ended up being godlike abilities, but everyone knew it. Everyone else, except for Kyono Head, she was a complete asshole. And we have to. That's why I kept her abilities away, or the awareness of her abilities away from her, because she's a complete asshole. Her being an asshole is how come I chose Madokami over her. And personality-wise, she was far worse. I mean, how did he end up being far worse? Or would be far worse if she were aware of her godlike abilities. She'd be past Connell territory. That's how dangerous she was. Well, Malka, meanwhile, does not have that demeanor. With an almost and for timelines. I do recall seeing Lucky Star that did have a cameo with Haruhi and Fitch in the commercial. Nice. Also, yeah, maybe if you were an asshole, I'd tell you. Hey, Kyon, don't trust Haruhi. Haruhi is asshole. That's enough. That's enough. That's about enough. We've pierced through the heavens and right near the moon. And this was actually right at the end. I dealt with all the merch I got. We'll deal with some more, but once again, I had a shameful amount of money. I had a shameful amount of money. And by shameful, I mean not enough. It's like I said earlier, how come I have a shameful amount of is the order of rabbit clips? Once again, not enough. But this ended up being extremely fun. Yeah, all this ended up being extremely fun regardless. But yeah, I've seen a little bit of Lucky Star. I've seen the same with me. I want to see a whole thing if I'm going to revisit it. With all that said, that is everything to feature it before my adventure within Anime Week in Atlanta. Oh yeah, also I ended up the aftermath. That's not everything. I'll deal with the aftermath. And I'll definitely use my Dokami for this. So at the aftermath, everyone ended up being winded over walking that far. Of course, they definitely had to get some rests. Yeah, of course, everyone ended up getting some rest in between walking parts. And once again, it ended up resurrecting my love for walking in long areas in general. And we already had a treadmill. Lost motivation to use the damned thing, especially since I don't own it. However, this basically also resurrected that. At the cost of the rest of my family's sanity and their stamina. Turns out they have far less walking stamina than I do. And even then it was rough on my end. I had to conk out for a good bit. And then wake up, and there was a part where I even had thigh cramps from it because I got the door too hard. Because I got to the door too hard. Basically like this. Basically like this, except I'm lying on my back. I got to the door too hard. The cramps happened. I'm lying on my back in pain. Thankfully, I did manage to recover after sleeping the lot of it off. Wait, you banged yourself in the door? No, I didn't. I ended up getting cramps while getting the door. I was still resting from the entire day. Yeah, I was still resting from the entire day. That's how that happened. Yeah, I think I've managed to almost fully recover there. And I believe everyone is also, I think everyone's also ended up working out to most of our Thanksgiving from this. No, I didn't bang myself in the door. I am okay. Thankfully. Be entertained not just in my it's in real life, but the animation budget. Oh, look at all the minis, yeah. From Nate, I'm like, the Ferns versus lore is semi-grounded in reality being alternate history. Also from Nate, chats, the only anime I finished happened to be also manga Dial. And both English and Japanese subs, which I did prefer English. Oh, but with the Ferns verse, the issues arising for that is I have to learn real history. Fully understood. I have to learn real history in order to interpret some of it, yeah. Yeah, that's the same with most historical fiction. That's the same with most historical fiction, especially if done well. And you really have to do it well, or else it'd be an immense fuck up. No, that's not a smiling moment. I forget. Yeah, I accidentally smiled there. But if done well, it can be amazing. Like nasty in real life politics, economy, and social, those topics. No, thank you. And those have to be studied in order to deal with historical fiction. That's exact. Yeah, you have to do your homework right there, or else bad things happen. Look how this or that works. From real life, people have to handle certain procedures and all that. Yeah. I had time to work on something there, but with the power of the internet, I have to look up something. Simple things aren't about what to eat with fiction. Even definitions with words. Self-education while making creation. Yeah. Yeah, with the information age we have there... there's no excuses to be that much a fuck up in case of that sort of fiction. And no excuse whatsoever. But that's enough of that here. Yeah, and thankfully mostly done well ended up being the Fate series. And we're talking about all this while Santa Alter's around. Don't worry, both Santa Alter and Madokami are still around. They're gonna be around there for the rest of the year. Until I'll have to put Santa Alter up. And yes, I still have her bots. Outside the amiibos, especially the ones that I got secondhand, I have most of the figurine spots, especially the Nendoroids. Especially all my Nendoroids. Especially where to place them off somewhere to use for later. Or place them somewhere in case of a season. Like looking back, oh man. Oh yeah, one of the hobby. I have a feeling I'll end up having one of the Hobby Japan things to look around, and I may have her. I may end up having her for Halloween instead of General Fall. I may end up having one of them for Halloween instead of General Fall. The one at Saudi, I'll definitely be damn disowned if it. But if they allow it, they allow it. And if not, I'll be disowned. And if not, I'm the one being disowned by the rest of them. And my head donor is already disowned for good reason. But if that's how I get disowned, so be it. The the angel of kindness back there. Well, that's messed up. or about anything from her artist. She definitely has an artist. Alright, so let's look that up again. Yeah, let's look that up again. And Mouse, why did you open Twitter again? Yeah, I'm bookmarking that. That's too good. Oh my god, that's way too good. Menos, what? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I end up being one of model. Okay. Okay, that's enough. Now actually look that up, Menos. Yeah, let's actually look that up, Menos. Cyril of 7 Heavenly Virtues. Oh yes, her figure. Mouse, I'd still get you nuked. And so, I don't think this would get me nuked. She's definitely not suggestive enough to get me nuked, but she might still be. Yeah, this one's cast off. She might still be enough to get me disowned. This is one of the times where I'd actually own it. And by disowned, I mean disowned by the rest of my family. My egg donor's already, once again, my egg donor's already disowned. Oh yeah, her wings are cast off. Oh yeah, she's also a cast off figure. Yeah, well, that figure, she's also a cast off figure. I'll just show that image in that tab. This is awesome regardless. Yeah, this is Sadio in case you're wondering. I do not own this figure, I was just talking about her. I was just entirely talking about her. Yeah. Now her artist. Now I want her artist. Now the general artist, they always have a general artist. If I recall, they always had a general artist. Yeah, if I remember right, each of them ended up having a general artist. Or a designer. Oh yeah, she's the one angel where if she does sneeze, she either produces a miracle or a complete disaster, and she has zero control over it. And unfortunately, she has zero control over it. I don't know her damn artist. Or her designer. Or, oh well. I believe each of them share. I believe they did have different artists, and each of them handled a deadly sin and a heavenly virtue. The guy that did Sorrow was also the guy that did Mammo. Masanori Izuka. While original character designs for Hobby Japan franchise were created by artist Neo, Izuka also served as the chief animation director for this series by Studio Bridge for, I believe it's for Seven Heavenly Virtues, and for Seven Immortal Sins. Yeah, so Masanori Izuka ended up being the character designer for Oh yeah, I think that was for all of them then. Yeah, I believe that was for all. I believe he did all of them then, unless I'm mistaken. Please definitely note me if I'm mistaken. 100% totally note me if I'm mistaken. Funny thing is, this isn't macroism like Fate of Plants that give me trouble. It's more macroisms like this. Ed's coming, Ed's technology exists there. Yeah. That's in case of writing some things. Oh yeah, especially if it existed at the time. Funny thing, the Laserdisc was created in 1958 and patent in 1961. And that was maintained between the 60s and 70s. And smartphones were not a thing until mid-2000s. And that's how come there ended up being quite a shift. There ended up being quite a shift within phones for some series. I remember that Captain Sakura dealt with the classic phones. However, they didn't deal with their own version of smartphones until Clear Card Arc. Until the Clear Card Arc. And they did have to cover up some bases there. In case Clamp did an oopsie. That wasn't having long ass legs. I've seen someone taught to perfectly draw in someone else's style have a bit of a sub-style on that, showing if even if that character wasn't animated. Yeah, even if it's on accident. Yeah. If it is on accident, that's a bonus. That's just a bonus. That's my view of that. And I think that's how come some other people, some other art styles get taken care of there. Practicing other people's art styles before ending up with their own. Yeah, especially for fun. I've seen some instances where there is panels of the same character but with different art styles. Either artists or separate games. Or a separate series for the matter. With all that, I believe that's about everything I have here. Also, within all this, I left it alone. It's still half and half. The poll is still half and half. Well, oh yeah, the poll is still half and half as of here. However, there was a misclick, and one of them was Schedule 1. So I'll be dealing with Schedule 1 for next Sunday as from here. Do not worry, on the other hand, I still want to do a Blue Archive later down the line. Well, within their story mode. With all that, I'll put that poll down. I will know ahead. Yeah, I will know ahead that although I'm past 420 subs, and that's definitely going to be a special. That I happen to be on the ice arc. We already dealt with the entire weed arc. Now we're on the we're supposed to be on the ice part. Ice arc. Plus, for a major update, there's going to be the rival gang. We didn't deal with any rival gangs until a little bit later, and I believe I am able to travel to another town. There is another town I'm able to travel to if I'm right. With where I am for Schedule 1. And I will have a Christmas stream if or once time allows. It'll just be a regular hangout. I only have a bit of what exactly to deal with there, but I'll definitely do my best. That's all my yap about Anime Weekend Atlanta. I hope to go there again soon. I'll go one of those days. I hope to go to that con again far sooner than almost a decade. Both in the rest of this, the very next night, and by next night I mean tomorrow, I will deal with. During my time, I'll deal with. What was that again? I hate losing the name. I really hate losing names like this. Oh yeah, Deep Rock Galactic. The very next time will be Deep Rock Galactic for getting the remaining hats. Then Tuesday will be Weekly Stellar Blade. Then I'll have a Christmas stream that Thursday. And then I'll do it Schedule 1. Okay? Okay. Man, drugs are still bad, okay? Okay. With all that, many thanks for everything. Thank you for watching this. Those who made it this far, many thanks for doing so. Well, and as always, as per the Dark Ritual here, please leave a like if you enjoyed and subscribe in case you want to see way more. Definitely give me a follow on Twitches and Kicksins as well. But if you want to support me any further, there are tip jars in the description and link tree. I'll put your name at the end of part recorded videos Well, most are recorded videos, so it'll come some other cool stuff back at Discord's Golden Room as well. Yes, I won't forget to do that this time. Oh yeah, and... Oh yeah, and also, please ring any notification bells if you must. Because yeah, the Zatsudan is just as rough as almost forgetting you had an oath not to bite anything in the other domain as always. Assistant, yeah. Assistant seriously bit Ember of mine, and if she turns, it's his damn fault. It's his damn fault, not mine. Alright, okay. Yeah, he has that sort of power somehow. Okay? Okay. Yeah, it's also as rough as having something on the tip of your tongue and completely forgetting it. There are multiple instances where this happened to me. Here, allowing that shit upon tip of my tongue refuses to come out to mine fully. Yeah. And the Subots is somehow rougher than that. That's why you ring the bell. Or any bells near you. But anyway, that is it for now. Until next time, be seeing ya. Many thanks! No, not that button. And this button. Man, there's a lot of fighting with my assistant. Thankfully, he means well. Okay, who are we rating? Once again, Survey, we still have to do a Twitch if we can. I unfortunately can't do it stream with Kicksin unless there's over 9 viewers there. Apparently that's the requirement. And also, I need 500 subs in order to deal with it. That kind of rating. Hopefully I get that by the end of next year. Okay, man, switching that. Now I ended up having a controversy over you either biting other people in this virtual domain or cutting their tongues off this virtual domain. I was ordered to, okay? Oh, damn it. Okay. Fine. Survey, help me. Just help me rate someone. Okay? So let's have that shot look. You do this all the time. Especially in the main asylum. How am I supposed to tell your assistant not to be mad because you don't want to go the same route that I went? Been there, done that. Oh, fucking, what am I saying? Buy a mall assistant. Here, I'll help. As we told you, no damn biting. I still deal with this. I still deal with this one or this one. One of them is more chaotic than the other. One is more chaotic than the other. Is it just Christmas stuff? Oh yeah, that's definitely. Well, it's definitely Grand Order, but that's definitely Spoilerville for the for Part 2's finale. Yeah, Part 2's grand finale. I am not at that point, unfortunately, so I'm definitely missing that raid. I'll definitely not miss that raid when it becomes an NA's case, and that's always been a 2-year gap. Okay. Yeah, it's a special occasion after all. Well, are you sure about that? Yeah, assistant, this is having you go completely crazy. Yeah, it's somehow his part, it's somehow his pick, not Survey's. We normally do that on Survey's end. We normally do this for Survey's end. But I'm not sure. I'm feel more comfortable with that one, not the other one. The other one's pretty cool. Well, the other's a newsie. We've been in that rash of territory, might as well rate the damn newsie. Hey, he's like laying. Oh yeah, he's in it anyway. Damn. Okay. Might as well. I'm glad we stalled instead of us. This is all assistant's fault. Yeah, it's all assistant's fault. No, not again. We're not having that again. Assistant. Let's be real here. We're not having that again. We're raiding this target and that's it. His paperwork is still good. It's still clean. Newsies always have to get dirty. Yeah, they always gotta get dirty. Yes, he has he has all 3 ends. That target has all 3 ends. This target has all 3 ends. I'll deal with that. Yeah, the monitor had a hiccup earlier. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's because I went somewhere. That's because I visited his kick. If that makes sense. Don't do that again, okay? Okay, damn. With this target, I want all its, especially his YouTube. In fact, I'll have his YouTube stream be the first to link. And then we'll deal with it. Assistant, I still can't believe he did that. I cannot believe he just did that. I still can't believe he just did that. Why'd you do that? Why'd you send that? Stop it. Why'd you do that? Lovies for all. See you, friends. Thank you so much. Yeah, why? Stop it. Why'd you do that? Pajama was in the con, but that was not her. But but not who I quoted. She was way by the time when we and my family showed up there. Damn it. Oh well. No use crying over spilt blood. Speaking of spilling blood, I'll just rate this vampire and get. You can say hello to him if you want to. You can say hello to him if you want to. He's on all three ends. Ray and go. You can say hello to Sanguine Nick if you want to. That's definitely if you want to. But on that note, I'll see you guys the very next night where we will mine for rock and stone. So until then, merry thanks! No, sister, I won't stop being on your case. Survey, you're fine. You're a doll. No homo, by the way. Thank you so much.